they don't want to be there, it will get transferred onto the blowpipe that Ben and Sarah have been working on that side of the shop. How's everyone in the audience doing? You enjoying yourself? This is a stinger. This is one of Nancy's pieces. This thing? This is an annealer. So annealers are there to slowly cool the glass over a period of time to relieve the stress in the glass so that it doesn't crack from thermal shock. So this one, the one over there that looks like this, the side loaders on each side of the shop, and then we have more around the back hallway. And they're there for the glass to slowly cool. And it depends on the thickness of the glass, how long it needs to stay inside that oven to relieve any stress so it doesn't crack from thermal shock. So everything we make has to go into one of the annealers. Great question, thank you. So Ben has created basically a cylinder on the end of a blowpipe, an open cylinder that is made to fit the diameter of the pattern that Nancy is working with at the center bench. They'll check those diameters to see how well they match up before it's adhered and transferred. At this point, it's very important that both of the pieces that are going to be put together are hot enough on the opening diameter of each of those pieces. So what Nancy has here, and also what Ben has prepared to bring over. The measurement's important, and also the temperature's important. So at this point, they're hot enough to fuse together. Once that's securely fused and they've made their little adjustments to make it on center, then they'll break it off of the pipe that Nancy's been working on, along with Jen. Once securely attached, they'll add a little bit of water at the neckline, which is an indentation just in front of where the glass is attached to the pipe, and that'll create stress cracks. They can hit the pipe to break it off. And there's a complete transfer. They'll close off the end of where it was on that original blowpipe, then they'll begin to gather a mass of clear glass around that. So that entails multiple gathers from the furnace to build up the amount of glass that they need to go inside the cup. For those of you who came in later, Daria's been holding that cup of color. It's a black cup inside the garage at about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So the pattern will get stuffed inside of this large cylindrical shaped black colored cup. And then later on, it'll get opened up into a flat sheet of glass. We won't see that here. We'll see it as a cylinder when it goes away into the annealing oven. All right, so where we are in the process, we have the pattern that they're working on now, closing off the end of it. It's on a blowpipe, so they want to close off the end of it, so they create a hollow bubble. This pattern was picked up on a separate blowpipe, so there's been a lot of different stages of the process that you're seeing. So this is very complicated, what we're doing here. So I know it may be confusing for some people in the audience, so if you have any questions at any time, please ask me. My name's Heather, I'm your MC. I'm doing my best to kind of be the liaison of what's going on down here. But basically we have the pattern on a blowpipe and they want to close off the end of it at this point to create a bubble. They're gonna gather more clear glass onto that from the furnace to create more mass. They have another separate cup that is colored black that's over here with Daria at the garage. She's been hanging out with that, keeping it on center. At about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, the glass is rigid and holding its shape. So that's where they're able to set it in there and keep the form that they need. That black color will be the background layer, like as if you're doing a painting and you lay down a background color for your painting. This black color will eventually be that. The pattern is gonna get stuffed inside of it. They're gonna make a cylinder, open up the cylinder into a panel. So you'll see the pattern eventually on the front and that background color will be in the back. Does that make sense? Anybody have questions about that? I know, it's a lot of process. What we'll see is this pattern that they're working with at the center bench gets stuffed into a black colored cup, blown into a cylinder, and it'll go into an annealing oven. The annealing oven is there to slowly cool the glass so that it doesn't crack from thermal shock. Then later in the cold working studio, they'll cut the cylinder down the side, heat it up once again so that cylinder opens up into a flat panel. And that is a wall hanging piece. Nancy Callan is here for a 5-day residency. Just want to remind everyone that there will be an artist talk this Sunday. If you're not able to come back Sunday, that's okay. Just if you want to see what's going on here in the Hot Shop, we have a YouTube channel where we're streaming live, so you'll be able to catch that online if you so choose. You can find our YouTube channel link on our website at museumofglass.org. And also, Nancy is preparing for an exhibition that's going to be here at the Museum of Glass in 2024. So right now, there's a lot of experimental pattern and work that she will then continue to build off of in her own practice over the next couple of years for the exhibition that will be displayed here. All right, so they just added a large margin of clear onto the end of that cylinder, partly to close it off. But because this is later going to get slumped open into a flat panel after it's made into a cylinder, they need margins around it of clear glass so that they can cut those margins without losing any of the pattern. So the pattern is going to go onto a black background. Right now it's these pieces that you can see right over here on this table. So basically it's like circles, white circles, and it'll be on a black background. But this is an incredibly intricate process, like so many steps just to get that onto a flat panel is what we're working with right now. And Nancy Callan is so experienced with taking inspiration from different things that she sees in her world and making those patterns into something that she sees in glass. But sometimes that is requiring so many steps to get there. So right now we're seeing what looks very simple like circles. These were actually clear glass in the center. Then they put colored white over it, then more clear glass, took that mass and stretched it like the length of the hot shop, then chopped them up and turned them on their sides to create Marini. So that's the process of creating Marini. This Marini was then fused together with clear glass margins. So you saw like David and that side of the shop creating flat pieces of glass that they've been stretching out. That's all to frame in the margins of the pattern. That pattern then gets fused together, heated up, and then rolled onto a collar on a pipe to create the cylinder, which is what we've been seeing for quite some time here. Then they just placed clear glass on the end of it to close off that cylinder, and also extra mass there because we need those margins. Now it's going to be shaped and centered. She's using a Kevlar pad, or that's a, graphite woven pad with newspaper on the inside, and that allows Nancy to use her hand movements to shape the glass. Jen's there with wooden paddles to help block the radiant heat. You can see that Nancy has a sleeve on to help block the radiant heat from her arm, but Jen's there to further help with that. And you can see that Mariah would be on the end blowing through the pipe as needed. Ben is there turning the pipe, and he'll be the one to transfer it back and forth from the reheating chamber back to the bench so they can continue working. And don't forget Daria over here at the garage. That's holding the background of the color. So we have a separate piece right now that is a large cylindrical rounded bottom cup shape of black glass that this is eventually going to get stuffed inside of, and they'll blow a large cylinder of that. Later on, once it's cooled off, they'll cut along that cylinder, heat it back up, and then it will be slumped flat into a panel to make a sheet of glass with pattern that can be hung on the wall. Nancy Callan is here today, part of a two-part residency where she's creating work and experimenting with different patterns. Eventually at 2024, she's dated to have an exhibition here at the Museum of Glass. So we'll be looking forward to that and seeing how these things develop over the next 2 years, and we'll see that displayed in that exhibition. Hello, everyone. Anybody just come in and not quite familiar with what we got going on in the process? Hi. Okay, who's here that's never been to the Museum of Glass before? Welcome. So glad to have you. It's wonderful. We have a really amazing, fun artist here in the Hot Shop this week, Nancy Callan. Where is she? Oh, she's hiding over there. Hi, Nancy. There she is. She's here for a 5-day residency, and it's part of a 2-part residency that she's preparing work for an exhibition that's going to be here at the Museum of Glass in 2024. So we're looking far ahead, and you know, it really takes that much time to develop work and experiment with different patterns and things, and that's what she's doing here in the Hot Shop today. So right now, what you see is a very small, concentrated pattern on this bubble of clear glass. The pattern was pre-made as something like this right over here. So, and these pieces were also made a different day. So we take clear glass, put the white color over it, then gather more clear, attach 2 pipes to either end, and then stretch it along the length of the Hot Shop, then chop it up and turn it on its side so you see circles. That was then picked up onto a clear bubble, and that's what we have kind of concentrated on the side of that bubble now. Okay, we're gonna go further. That is going to get gathered more clear glass onto. They're gonna place it into a black cup. Stuffed inside of that black cup, blown into a cylinder, and then once it's cooled down, the cylinder will get sliced, heated up once again, and opened up into a flat panel. So we'll see all these dots on the inside that maybe move different ways because of the blown process, but it'll all be highlighted on this black background. So the black cup is now being brought out right now by David Walters over on this side. You just saw him bring it out. He had to go straight from the garage. It's been sitting here for quite some time. They made it earlier this morning and been sitting aside. He just brought it out and is getting that prepared. So they need to make sure that this black cup and the diameter is the proper size for what they're working on, that pattern piece. So you see Ben bringing that over just to sort of check and see like how much they can gather onto that. For those of you who came in at different times, please feel free to ask me questions. My name is Heather, I'm your MC. We have a rotating audience, so I may say things that you might have missed when you came in a little later, so please feel free to ask questions. Color is added at different stages throughout the process depending on what the outcome is that you want. So in this case, they would use a color bar, which is a solid chunk of concentrated colored glass that's made at a manufacturer, and it's compatible with the clear glass that they're adding it to. So it heat this up until it's in a molten state, and then drop it over the top of a clear mass. And that's how they got the veil of white in here. So it's clear color layer, kind of glob, I guess, and then smoothed over in an even layer, and then more clear over that, then stretched out, and then chopped up and laid on its side. Follow me? Okay, good. And color is created by adding metal oxides into a glass formula, and that's all done at the manufacturer, and then added to the clear glass outside of the furnace here in our studio. How how do we gather our team? So here at the Museum of Glass, we have an amazing resident team that I've had the privilege of working with for 15 years. It's awesome. So we have Ben Cobb, which is seated here at the bench. Sarah Gilbert is somewhere over, I don't know where she is right now. Oh, she's over there. And then our other teammate is on vacation right now. Also, Nancy has brought her team with her, and then we also have other teammates that have come from different programs that are interning with us. And so that's how we have our team. So we have, let's see, Jack Spitzer, Daria, and Mariah that are here as like interns, and then David Walters and Jen Ellick are working on that far bench over there with Nancy right now. Yeah, so we have a variety of different skill levels, but all very competent, and our resident team are amazing. Very privileged, yes. We can look at a series of images on the screen of Nancy's finished work. These are new experimental pieces that she's working on, so we may not see exactly what the finished product will be in this series of images, but you can see that she has a beautiful affinity to form and pattern in her work. All right, so Ben is now going to go into the glass furnace where the molten material is kept at 2100 degrees Fahrenheit to gather over that pattern that they've laboriously created. Turning the pipe into the molten glass will gather up the material. Again, 2100 degrees. The glass is very similar to the movement of honey. So if he holds that downward into that barrel, he can strip some of the glass off. You can see it just drips right off. All the clear glass that's collected in the barrels can later on be broken up and recycled once again. Each time they gather more glass from the furnace, they need to center and shape that glass that's been picked up to create a symmetrical form on the end of the pipe. Nancy's using a graphite woven pad that's stuffed with wet newspaper, and that just allows her to use her hand movement to shape the glass. You can see what a great teamwork this is. Ben's there helping turn the pipe. Jack's got wooden paddles to help block the radiant heat from Nancy's arms as she's shaping the glass. Over on the other side, we have David and Jen working on that cylinder that's going to be the background color for the panel. So at this point, they're very concerned with the shape of this piece because it's going to have to get stuffed inside that black cup that they're working with on the other side, where David and Jen are working on that cup. So the cup was pre-made. Again, that's black colored glass. That's going to be the background. Once this cylinder is made, we'll see it go away as a black cylinder. But later on, it'll get slumped open by cutting it down the length of the cylinder. Once it's heated up, it'll get soft, and they can open it inside of an oven to create a flat panel that will reveal the pattern on the inside. Very exciting stuff. Yes? We are working with, I guess we're working with a formula of soft glass, which allows you to work with it for a longer period of time in terms of like comparison to like borosilicate. Um, this is formulated as a glass that's made to be sculpted or blown. So it's a very diverse type. It's got a good clarity to it. The color that we're using is made at a manufacturer which is compatible with the glass that we melt in the furnaces. So we have 2 glass furnaces that hold 1,000 pounds each. We're getting ready to do this, so I'm sorry. I'll continue on. I'll continue on afterwards. I just want to make sure we don't miss it. For those of you who didn't know who Nancy Callan was, this is her on top of the table right now. Our visiting artist this week, she's here for a 2-part residency in preparation for an exhibition happening in 2024. Sarah has that black colored cup that goes into a stand that they've preheated. She's going to set that upright. Ben will pass off that to Nancy to place it inside. Blowing inside that will help inflate that bubble. Let's give them a round of applause for their teamwork, you guys. That was great. Preliminary applause for something that it's one step in the process to creating the thing that she has planned. Many steps to this process. So now that cup is going to have to get sort of like molded over the bubble that they initially put inside of it. So Jack's there with a propane torch to heat that top end margin to help it fold over the bubble. And because Nancy is so experienced with working with patterns, she knows that there's a lot of margins that have to happen. Lots of clear margins for once it's slumped open, they're going to have to cut away some parts of it. So instead of cutting away the pattern, she's created margins of clear glass there. And the same thing with the background. The background is overlapping all of that clear excess that's eventually going to be cut away as well. So this looks very effortless, right? It's actually really heavy. it's like lifting weights all day at work. back and forth from the bench. It's very hot. So that reheating chamber is 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, and that's used to maintain the working temperature of the glass. So those of you who were here earlier and you saw them gather, you saw how fluid the glass was at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. As it cools, it becomes more and more stiffened. At 1,000 degrees, it's completely hardened. So if you take your metal tool and tap on it, it'll sound like you're tapping on a window pane. 1,000 degrees is cold for glass. If it goes below 1,000 degrees, that's when it risks cracking from thermal shock. So at all times, we have to keep it above 1,000 degrees, and we also, in order to keep it malleable, need to keep it within that range of the working temperature, between 1,000 and 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. You'll see when the glass is hotter, it's more concentrated. With heat, it's glowing orange because heat gives off incandescent light. Earlier, you saw that cup that they put in the bubble into. It was black looking, now it's orange. That's the incandescent light that you're seeing. All right, because this process is so long in terms of the amount of steps it takes to get the patterns in the piece, they're actually starting the next one now. We're not even halfway through. So Jen just gathered onto a blowpipe. They have the next pattern in annealing oven number 3 right over here that's been heating up. If you're not familiar what I'm talking about when I say the pattern, it's similar to something that you see here on the table. These are pre-made lines and circles that she will compose a pattern out of, heat that up, and then pick that up from that oven once it's about 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So I won't get too ahead of what they're doing starting the next one because we still have a whole nother one to finish. And so we should be focusing on what they're doing here at the center bench. Ben was using a propane torch to heat up that back end of the bubble close to where the glass is attached to the pipe. Notice when they place it into the reheating chamber, that's the last part to go in and the first part to come out, and it goes in very shallow. So it's not getting the same heat as the outer tip of that bubble or mass of glass. In order to even that out, they'll use the torches to help even that temperature of the glass, softening it in front of where it's attached to the pipe, because they're going to have to place an indentation, a very important indentation, because later in the process, further on, that's where they'll have to break it off of the pipe. So Ben is going to put the jack line in right in front of where the moil is. And the moil is the mass that's holding it on the pipe. So right now, it's a matter of shaping that bubble, evening the heat, and eventually heating up right in front of where it's attached. Sarah's blowing through the end of the pipe to inflate the bubble, also using air on David's hands as he turns the pipe so that it doesn't slip from sweat. Daria's there with wooden paddles helping block the radiant heat as well. Ben is using that torch to preheat the jacks. The tool that he has in his hands is going to be used to create the jack line, which is that line that I explained where it'll be broken off later on. Preheating that tool is important. Also, there's a pad of beeswax on the end of the table to help lubricate the tools so that it slides easily over the glass. You can see that Daria is there with the wooden paddles to help block the radiant heat, although Ben has a reflective sleeve to help block that heat as well. There's so much coming off of the glass. As I said, we're working in a temperature range of 1,000 to 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit. You'll notice that David will tip the pipe upward to allow gravity to elongate the bubble as Ben's putting in that line. Sarah's there blowing through the pipe, also again adding air to David's hands so that he can get a good grip on the pipe. Now that the jack line is established, they can continue to blow the cylinder to the diameter and length desired for this piece. If we could quickly get a camera shot of what Nancy has been working on over here. This is for the next piece. Again, I don't want to get too far ahead. This is for the next piece that they're going to be making, laying out a cane pattern on a pastorelli that's going to have to get heated up. Jen is heating that up in the reheating chamber. The question was about how long it takes to make one of these pieces, and it's kind of hard to answer because parts were made at her own studio that she brought with her that she probably spent an entire workday doing just to make those parts to create the pattern. Then we saw the pattern get picked up and put onto a bubble and then placed inside the background color, which is the black color. And now they're just at the point where they're blowing the cylinder. You just over here, because there's so much going on, we might have missed that they just picked up cane onto a cylinder. So they'll create like a collar onto a blowpipe. That's the diameter measured by calipers. So they have these really cool calipers that take a flat measurement and transfer it to a diameter, so they know exactly what diameter collar to make to pick up that specific amount of cane. So she's picking up that pattern right now. And this, is, again, is for the next piece, so I don't want to confuse anyone. But the piece that they're working on here at the center bench has a pattern on the inside of a black, opaque outside. And when it gets slumped into a flat panel, the black will be the background and the pattern will be on the front. So they're gonna make a cylinder, it'll go into an annealing oven, cool down for a day or two, go to a cold working studio, get cut along the length of the cylinder, then put back into an oven, heat it up so that cylinder then gets slowly opened up into a flat panel. And that will be a wall hanging piece. And for those of you who arrived a little later on, Nancy Callan is our visiting artist. She's right over here working on the pattern for the next piece. And she is here for a 5-day residency. She'll be doing an artist talk on Sunday. If you want to tune into that, please visit our website, find our link to our YouTube page. So you can go to museumofglass.org to find our link to our YouTube page, or Museum of Glass Tacoma, I believe, is what our YouTube page is. And you can see her talk on Sunday as well. So as you can see now, they're blowing up the bubble, elongating that form. The goal is to make a cylinder out of this piece. Please feel free. I know people are coming in at different times. My name's Heather. I'm your MC. If you have questions, please feel free to ask me. So you'll notice that the heat is concentrated on the outer half of the bubble. You can follow where the hottest spot by where it's most glowing orange. And that's where they're trying to stretch it. Right now we're just getting length. So you'll see when David brings it out, he'll sometimes hang it a little bit and just allow gravity to elongate the cylinder. We've lost some of that heat. They go back to the reheating chamber. That's about 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. Bringing some more heat back into that, making it more malleable so they can continue to shape it. All right, so more process to talk about. Nancy's got straight cane that she picked up over here. That's gonna get twisted by basically heating it up so much that it's malleable that when she rolls it onto the marver table, she can kind of drag it and it starts to spiral. Then she'll do another one that is spiraling the opposite direction. Then she'll do another one that's circles. So those are all gonna get layered together for this next piece. So yes, a lot of process going into the pattern that she's creating on this piece. It's a bit to keep up with. So again, please feel free to ask questions. You can see our team hard at work over here creating that cylinder. What those of you who didn't see who came in later on is that there is an amazing pattern on the inside of this, and it has a layer of black colored glass over the outside of it, which will eventually be the background. But right now they're on a paper marver, which is a board, layers of newspaper that are wet, so it allows them to stand in one spot and spin that to create a nice straight contour to the cylinder. They'll also be able to press the paddle against the outside of it to create a flat area on the bottom. Very important, again, to torch the area where the glass is attached to the pipe. As I mentioned earlier, think about the way this is set up. That area where the glass is on the pipe goes into the reheating chamber last and comes out first and goes in very shallow. It also has the metal pipe pulling heat away. So it's going to be the coolest area. And in order to make sure that we maintain a good temperature to keep it on the pipe, they'll use that propane torch to supplement the heat on the back end of the piece. And again, once the glass goes below 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, that's when it risks cracking from thermal shock. So we have separate ovens that all these pieces have to go into to slowly cool so that it relieves the stress in the glass. Do you have a question? 70 pounds. It depends also, like she's asking about the weight of it. It depends also about how close you can hold to the glass, like your fulcrum point. So if you have 5 pounds of weight on the end of a long pole and you're holding it way out here, it feels like a lot more. So, you know, it's dependent on how close you can hold it and the actual weight of the glass. It's a lot. They are lifting, these are athletes right now, okay? We'll just call it that. Yeah. Yeah, it is. I don't. All right, so Ben is marking the outer end of the cylinder. That's gonna help them aim for center. They're gonna transfer this piece onto another pipe. So I mentioned earlier, they placed that indentation right in front of where it's attached to the blowpipe because that's where it will get broken off eventually. They're about ready to do that. So Sarah has prepared a punty, or is preparing a punty. It's a solid amount of clear glass on a solid pipe. She's now gathering from the furnace. She's gonna shape that up, and that's gonna get attached to the outer end of this piece. Once it's securely attached, they'll break it off that blowpipe, and they'll be able to open up the area where it's currently attached to create that cylinder. So once again, in the hot shop today, we have Nancy Callan. Nancy Callan's artistic voice as a glass sculptor reflects her high level of training and talents. She received a BFA from Massachusetts College of Art and Design in Boston and currently lives and works in Seattle. In addition to exhibiting and creating her own work, she enjoys the challenges of teaching and sharing her skills across the country. This is part of Nancy's two-part residency where she'll be creating an installation to be featured in an upcoming exhibition here at the Museum of Glass in 2024. All right, Sarah's now brought over the punty that they're going to aim for center and attach to the outer end of this piece. Once that's securely attached, as you can see, the team is communicating with one another. Once that is securely attached to the punty, they're going to break that off the original blowpipe. So Ben's preheating that area at the neckline where he used the jacks to create that line. A little bit of error on the punty connection so that it stiffens up before transferring. Water is applied to create stress cracks, then he'll hit the pipe to break it off. Beautifully done. Let's give a round of applause for our team. Oh. It's okay, it's okay. So that connection was just not quite stable enough, but they're working on it. They're going to get it there. All right, so that connection was not stable enough. They're going to get it right over into the annealing oven. They'll be able to pick it up later and continue to work. Everyone, please give our team a round of applause for not only their ability to create this thing, but to solve problems in the moment like that. Let's hear it one more time for everyone here working. That was amazing. You guys are amazing. So again, what I was saying, even though that piece wasn't made and opened up on the other end of the cylinder, this is a large scale that we're working with here, you guys. You can see that it's incredible athleticism that's going into this, and also attention and focus and communication from everybody working here. So that piece went straight into the annealing oven because it has the pattern, it has everything that it needs. It can later be picked back up onto a punty at that same stage that we were at and continued to be worked on. So we didn't lose it, which is great. Sometimes, you know, not the case. You can see Nancy's beautiful work in a slideshow on the screen right now. Very, very elaborate patterns that go into the pieces that she makes. Nancy's here for a 5-day residency, which is part of a 2-part residency in preparation for an exhibition that she'll be having here at the Museum of Glass in 2024. field any questions anyone has, but also thank you for sitting with us. That was a lot, and that was intense, and I appreciate all of you coming in here. All right, so we have a question from someone in the audience. Can we play the color overlay video on the screen so that I can show them exactly how that's applied? We'll play color overlay.
The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300 degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
Most of you, or many of you, haven't probably been here very long, but basically they picked up the piece that they sat over into the annealing of it. Were you here? Yes! So you know that that's a triumph. I said that they were like, put it aside, they could pick it up later, and that's what we're doing. So yeah. Air high five. Something of this weight and length, it's very important for it to be on center because that connection is super important. So picking that back up now is awesome. It feels really good. Jen's got a wooden dowel on the inside of the opening, and that's just helping them center that on the puntee that they've just picked it up on. Design that's on the inside of the piece is there, and then it has a back, like the outer layer is black. Later, the cylinder will go into a cold shop and get cut along the length of it, put back into an oven so that once it's heated up again, it'll slowly open up into a flat panel, and that pattern will be exposed. And what we see on the outside is actually the background. Yes. And Nancy's working on the pattern for the next one over at this bench over here. So you'll see that there's spiral lines happening on the bubble that she's working with. Nancy is our visiting artist. So if you want to see an example of the pattern, that's happening over here. She already picked it up. They were straight lines that she twisted and are in a spiral pattern. So at this point, they're working on opening up that cylinder. Ben's using a wooden dowel wrapped in newspaper to help open up that area. So you can see where the heat's concentrated because it's glowing more orange. The heat gives off incandescent light, so you can tell where the hottest area is on the piece. Again, the exterior of the form is black colored glass, so it does look very dark, but you'll see they'll flash it in to give it an overall heat to maintain the working temperature, but then certain areas, in this case the outer end, are going to glow more orange because that's where they're focusing on shaping. The glass is cold at 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. If it goes below that temperature, it'll become a floor model. So that's our working range. It starts out in the furnace at 2100, very fluid. It moves like honey at 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. And as it cools, it becomes more rigid. 1,000 degrees, it's completely rigid. So you can see the back end is always cooler because it goes into the reheating chamber last, comes out first. So you see Dave has this propane torch that he's using to heat up the back end of the piece, and also the moil. The moil is where the glass is attached to the pipe to make sure that we maintain a secure connection. The moil, yeah. The moil is where the glass goes on the pipe. Yeah. Yeah. And also, like, I just look at Sarah and how buff she is. And I'm like, wait, you have a low center of gravity. Yeah. She's been here for 17 years. I've been working with this team for 15 years. Oh, that's why. Okay. No, no. Do you guys live in Tacoma? Oh, not far. That's awesome. Congratulations. Yes, yes. This is awesome. So they're using a paper marver, which is a board with wet layers of newspaper that allows Ben to stand in air in his face. Air. Oh, God. Sorry. That didn't look comfortable. It just got a little smoky. I was like, oh, not comfortable. So basically what it's doing is it's a straight line on this board with the wet newspaper to help create a contour to that cylinder. They're looking for a nice straight cylinder. David's there with a wooden dowel that has also newspaper that's wet on it, so he can go inside and press on the interior as it's being shaped on the exterior. So our visiting artist this week is Nancy Callan. She's the one right over here holding that large dowel. She's here for a 5-day residency in the shop. This is not the first time Nancy's been here. We all know and are huge fans of Nancy. I mean, personally, I'm a huge fan of Nancy's. She's incredible. She does amazing pattern work in glass. This is an example of one of her pieces here, We can also show a slideshow on the screen of her finished work. So you get more familiar. You'll see vessels as well as panels in the slideshow on the screen. If we can show her work on the screen. There you go. So we see like cloud forms and all these different things. Teardrop shapes. There are pieces that are stingers, like this one here, and other ones that she's made are called bee butts, the panels, but you get the idea of the different patterns. So we're not seeing it right now, but it's on the inside. Yeah, exactly. So at this point, we're getting closer to the end of working on this piece. Not quite yet. We got a couple more flashes to go, but Sarah's getting prepared in some protective gear. Sarah is one of our resident team members. She is getting prepared in some protective gear so that she can carry the cylinder and place it into an annealing oven. All the pieces that we make have to go into an annealing oven to relieve the stress in the glass so that it doesn't crack from thermal shock. And so that's dependent on the thickness of the glass. The thicker the glass is, the longer it takes to anneal. The annealing temperature starts out at a holding point at just over 900. That's a safe temperature where it's not gonna slump from being too hot, but it's also not too cold that it'll crack from thermal shock, so it can stay there all day as we make more things and add to that oven. At the end of the workday, we'll start a slow cooling cycle that will incrementally bring the temperature down over a period of time, again, dependent on the thickness of the thickest piece of glass in that oven. All right, Ben's gonna add a little bit of water just in front of where it's attached to the pipe. Sarah's there to carry the piece over to the annealing oven, and Daria's gonna get the door for her. Hit the pipe and break it off. And we applaud for our team. Excellent work by our Hot Shop team and visiting artist, Nancy Callan. So most of you came in after we went through a lot with that piece. So that piece, when we went to punt it or transfer it onto another pipe, it didn't make it. So we had to glove up, Jen gloved up, carried it off the floor, like where it was literally resting on the floor, into there, and then they had to pick it up on a new pipe, like basically redo the punty, and then pick it back up, and then rework it. And, you know, the resilience, on the spot focus, and everyone just knows what to do in the immediate. It was just a very amazing testament to their teamwork, and I'm just always amazed by what I see by this team doing on a regular basis. This is awesome. Yes, I know. So that's a great question. He was asking how much of the inside design will you see once it's slumped open into a flat panel, like this one you see on the screen now. That's a flat panel that started out as a cylinder. So basically, Nancy is so versed in creating these pieces that she actually creates clear, flat cane to basically margin her pattern, and then is able to cut away so that she doesn't lose any of the pattern after it's been cut. Yeah. Only clarity because we're losing the heat color. Heat is like giving off incandescent light, so it's changing the way we see it when it's hot. And so once it's room temperature, it is the color that it's supposed to be, yes. Yeah.
Well, thank you very much.
Thank you guys, I'm so glad you got here. That's so great. My name is Patrick Cornelius. I've been in state here for 15 years. I hope you guys get to come back soon. Yes. I'm sure, eventually. And congratulations on your grandbaby and your baby. That's so great. Yeah. Yeah, enjoy your time. If you have So we're at a pattern right now where we're just kind of like just finished a piece and they're going to talk about what they're going to do next and what stages and things. So a little bit of a holding pattern for just a few minutes and then we'll get right back to it. So they're going to be working on things, but we're going to have basically a break for the team for a lunch break. And then I'll be back on the mic in about an hour from now and be able to explain all of the questions that you have. Thanks, guys. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Hot Shop at the Museum of Glass. We are working with visiting artist Nancy Callan this afternoon. She's here for a 5-day residency, and we're really excited to have her here. It's part of a 2-part residency that she'll be doing to prepare work for an exhibition that's coming up in 2024. So this is developmental work that she'll then go on and produce and have that prepared for that exhibition. We're working with many team members on the floor this afternoon, and so also very much process-oriented work that is in many different stages. So right now you're walking into something that's about halfway through-ish, somewhere in there. What we have at the center bench here is basically 2 separate bubbles. One was stuffed inside the other, but they had straight lines that were spiraled in opposite directions that cause somewhat of a plaid-like pattern in the glass. And so those are white lines on clear glass, creating that type of threaded plaid pattern. Then they took circles of Marini that were placed on their side and picked those up on top of that. So we're looking at a very much layered effect of patterns in the clear glass. Eventually, this bubble that they're working with here at the center bench is gonna get stuffed inside of a large black cup that's over here in the garage that they pre-made earlier. So I'm doing my best to catch you up. If you have any questions about the process or you didn't understand something that I'm saying, please let me know. My name's Heather, I'm your MC, and so I'll field all those questions for you. But basically right now, they're gonna be putting the color in the background, which is the black. All the white pattern will be on the inside of that. Then they'll blow a large cylinder out of that. Later on, they'll take that to the cold shop and cut along the length of the cylinder a whole notch out of the glass. Then it'll get heated up again, and what's going to happen is that what once was a cylinder, once it's heated up, it'll open up into a flat panel, which could be like a wall hanging piece. And we do have images of Nancy's work that we can show you on the screen. There are examples of her vessels as well as wall hanging pieces that I am referring to. And as soon as we have a switcher, we'll go ahead and put that up there, the slideshow of Nancy's work. But in the meantime, I can just keep talking about it. So she's putting together another pattern right over here. So you have a kiln shelf and some pre-made pieces of glass that she's working on composing for the next piece. So that is not going to be part of the one that we're working on currently. That'll be one after this. She's using Zinfera-cocaine, which is basically rods of glass that are spiraled and stretched to create a thread-like pattern in that spiral. And that's what she's working on down here, composing a pattern out of that. And what we have here, you can see those circular pieces of white with the thread of like a plaid behind it. But you have to think about everything in terms of reverse, because what's on the interior of the bubble is what you're going to see on the forefront or the foreground once it's slumped open. So those circles that we see now are going to be behind the plaid threads. Behind that is going to be a black background. So all of these white patterns are going to sit on top of a black background. Yes.
I don't know if you want to or not, but the shirt that you and Jack are wearing, we just put it up online.
Oh, cool.
It's like an online only, so if you want to like shout out Walt or be like, oh, if you guys are like, at least one of the shirts you guys are wearing today are up online.
Oh, yeah, cool.
So
Oh, these are in the store?
not
All right, so they've established that pattern, and now they've brought out the black colored cup. David Walters and Jen Ellick are working on that side of the shop, preparing the black cup that this white pattern of the plaid lines and the circles are going to get stuffed inside. Again, the black is going to be the background, and the white line pattern and circles will be in the foreground once it's slumped into a panel. So we have a resident hot shop team that works with the various different artists, the visiting artists that come through for residencies. Right now on the floor, we have Ben Cobb here at the center, Sarah Gilbert, who's currently gathering from the furnace. And we have various different interns that work with us. So we have Daria right over here working with Ben, and Jack over there with Sarah. We also have Mariah, who is working with and assisting David and Jen on that side of the shop. And if you didn't know, this is our visiting artist, Nancy, right over here. So at the part of the process that we're in, this moment, that black cup that's on that side of the shop is going to be brought over, and they're going to place this bubble onto the inside of it. You can see the amount of teamwork that goes into this. So we have Ben shaping the glass using a graphite woven pad, allowing him to use his hand movements to shape the glass. And Daria's there with the wooden paddles that was helping block the radiant heat from his forearm and upper body. And then Jack was there helping turn the pipe and also blow through the end of the pipe and inflate the bubble as Ben was shaping it. All right, so another final gather from the glass furnace. This furnace can hold up to 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass, and it's kept there at 2,100 degrees Fahrenheit. Ben is turning that bubble with the pattern on it into the molten pool of glass inside that furnace. There's a large ceramic crucible that holds the material inside the furnace. Because it was considerably large already, he gathered up more glass than needed, so he allows some of that clear glass to strip off into the barrel. We do collect the clear glass in that barrel and later on can break it up and charge it back into the furnace, so we can recycle our own clear glass. And Nancy's getting ready to place one of the patterns for the next piece. This is one of the beginning stages of the process of just composing that pattern that has to heat up to around 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit before it can be used. So they preheated a small metal stand that Jack just placed over in front of the Marver table. That is where they're gonna place the black colored cup. They'll break it off of that pipe and position it onto that stand. Oh, not quite ready for it yet, so we're gonna hold off on that for a minute. Jen has on Kevlar gloves to protect her as she carries this piece that's over 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit, positioning that upright and as level as possible as she can get it in that small metal stand. Ben will come over and stuff that with the bubble that has the pattern on it. Ben will plug up the end of the pipe, trapping the air inside, which will slightly expand from the heat and further inflate the bubble as it's pressed into the cup. Nicely done. Let's give them a round of applause for their great communication and teamwork. For those of you who arrived a little later on, I'll go ahead and explain again what's going on here. So basically, they have a line pattern of overlapping lines that look somewhat like a plaid pattern, but with white lines, and then circles that have been picked up onto that that are behind it, and then a black cup that we just stuffed it into. They're gonna make a cylinder out of this, and eventually that cylinder is gonna get cut down the length of the cylinder in the cold shop. So what we're gonna see today is a black looking cylinder that goes into an annealing oven that stays there for a couple of days. Then it can go get cut. Then they have to put it back into another oven to heat it up slowly, and it will open up into a flat sheet. So these are gonna be wall hanging panels. If we have a slideshow that we can show on the screen, I can show you some of Nancy's vessels as well as some of the wall hanging pieces. Nancy has an incredible ability to visualize pattern in her work, many times using Marini and cane to create those patterns in different layers. So this example on the screen right now is somewhat similar to what we're working with right at the moment on the floor. So it's a linear pattern on a black background that will eventually be slumped open into a panel like that rectangle that I mentioned earlier. There might be one more in this slideshow that you can see. Upper left, and then also where Nancy's standing next to. And she does a variety of different patterns. In this case, it's a linear plaid-like pattern with circles behind it on a black background. And then you're also seeing examples of the vessels. And so this one here particularly is going to be very similar to what is going to happen with the cylinder that they're making today. All right, so we have Sarah on the other end of the pipe, blowing through the pipe as directed by Ben. Ben has a protective sleeve on, but we have Mariah there with the wooden paddles to help block that radiant heat from his forearm. David's there turning the pipe. Sarah also has compressed air that she's spraying on Dave's hands because they'll kind of slip when your hands get really sweaty. And this is a large piece that they're working on. Quite heavy. And Jen is there working the propane torch, heating up the back end of the piece. If you notice, once they flash the piece into the reheating chamber, that back end goes in last and comes out first, so it's always getting less heat, and it's also going in more shallow versus the outer tip, which stays in the longest, goes in the farthest, so it's getting much more of a heat saturation than that back end. So you'll see them supplementing the heat on the back end of the piece closer to the pipe with the propane torch. And David's giving that a little swing. Once it's got that fresh heat in it, he can use that gravity and a little bit of momentum to elongate the bubble. We're going for an elongated cylinder once again because it's later going to get slumped flat into a sheet panel that will hang on the wall. Once again, hanging that pipe downwards, elongating the bubble. They're going for a longer cylindrical shape to this piece. One thing you can do as an audience member while you're watching, look at where it's glowing the brightest orange. You'll see that it likely mostly is towards that outer tip. That's where most of the heat is concentrated. And so that's, again, why they're using that propane torch to heat up the end of the bubble that's closer to the pipe because it's just cooler there. There's a cane pattern that's made up for the next piece that they're gonna do. They're gonna start heating that up now before we're even finished with the one that they're working with at the center bench. So if you're interested, this is the pattern that is going to be for the next piece that Jen just brought out. She was wearing protective Kevlar gloves, and Jack's got that on a kiln shelf on a pastorelli to begin to heat up that pattern. You'll see them rotate that kiln shelf in order to create an even heat. Oh, nice. You guys did that. That's So they just used this paper marver, which is a board with layers of wet newspaper on it, allowing them to stand in one spot and spin it quickly to create a nice straight contour. And while that's happening, they flatten the end with a wooden paddle. Again, we're going for a straight cylindrical shape here. Nancy has a collar of clear glass on the end of a blowpipe that's eventually gonna get synced up with the pattern that has been preheated right over here with Jack and Jen. Once again, that's for the next piece. So we're still working on this one. Sarah's gathering onto a solid pipe. She's creating the punty because we're gonna have to transfer this cylinder onto another pipe so that we can shape the area where it currently is attached to the blowpipe. Everybody doing okay? Questions? There's a lot going on. Feel free. So once we transfer it, it'll be really quick, and then it'll go off to the annealing oven. And that'll be it for this stage, and then it'll get more work done once it's cooled off. Yeah. Ben just used some chalk to make a mark on the outer end or that flat area of the bubble. That's going to help them aim for center when they go to attach the punty. The punty is a solid pipe with clear glass on the end of it that they'll do their best to align on center on that outer end of the piece. Once it's securely attached, they'll break it off of the blowpipe and then open up that area to create a full straight cylinder. So they've now attached the punty to the outer end of the cylinder, just working on centering that up and making sure that attachment is secure before breaking it off of the blowpipe. There's an indentation just in front of where it's attached to that original blowpipe, and that's where it'll get broken off. Right now, Ben's using compressed air just to stiffen up the connection to that punty. He's going to apply some water at the jack line, creating stress cracks in the glass. Then they'll hit the pipe to break it off. And Sarah is going to transfer that to the glory hole furnace. Let's give a round of applause for our team. That takes a lot of work. That is a very precarious part of the process. Excellent work by the Hot Shop team. Ben has a wooden dowel that he's placing into the opening because what they're doing now is trying to get it on center. If this is off a little bit, it feels like a lot because to get that to turn over, and if it's kind of a little bit off, it takes just so much harder on your body. So they make sure that that's nice and on center, and that's what he was doing with the dowel in the opening of that. And now they're gonna work on flashing this and then heating up the opening. Right now is a small diameter, but they want that to be a straight cylinder contour. In the meantime, they're still working on the pattern, heating up the cane that was laid out into a pattern, and these will be, I guess, reminiscent of sort of like a fishnet stocking type pattern in this next piece with the black lines. So they're heating that up. There's also a collar on a blowpipe that they'll use that they've measured with calipers the flat diameter of what's laid out on the shelf, and Nancy has created a round circumference that will pick up that specific measurement, what you're seeing happen now. Because that was laid out on a kiln shelf, some of the kiln wash and debris sometimes gets stuck to the surface as they're heating that up. So they're just using a brush to clean that off. As I mentioned earlier, as you're watching in the audience, pay attention to where it's glowing orange. That's the hottest area. Likely that's where they're focusing on shaping it. Right now, Ben's using some flat crimps to stretch that out because it was thicker where it was broken off of that original blowpipe. So we want to stretch that out a little bit to make an even wall thickness. So at this point over here on this side, they're working on seaming up that flat sheet. And it's pretty irregular where it meets up, so it's taken a bit of time for them to actually get that to seam up into a cylinder, which is the goal, is to make it into a cylinder. Ben is using a wooden paddle up against the lip, as well as the wooden parchofis. He's got the Sophietta, which is a miniature blowpipe with a cone on the end that allows him to butt that up to various size openings, allowing him to add a puff of air and blow up the shoulder of the piece. So you saw earlier it kind of contoured in before the opening, and that puff of air on the Sophietta just sort of gave it that breath. So it's going to be easier for them to open that up now. Yeah. So because this has been transferred, the outer and on the original blowpipe, it was solid, flat. And they butted up the punty to that all the way to the bottom. So it is a hollow cylinder. Yes, it's hollow. Yes. Yeah, you missed that part because the process takes so long to get the pattern on, so they did that way earlier. And you'll see them kind of go through that with the piece that they're working on over there. But again, these pieces take a long time, so you're not actually getting to see the beginning part of the process. But typically things start with a bubble. So you gather clear glass onto a blowpipe and blow through the end, trap the air, it expands from the heat, forces a bubble into the molten glass. So everything, not everything, but typically things that are blown start out that way. This is a different process, so we weren't seeing that happen right now. But it is a blown form that originated as a bubble. Yeah, and we won't see them slump it into a panel today. It'll get annealed in an annealing oven for a day and a half or so. And the length of time it spends cooling down to relieve the stress in the glass is dependent on the thickness of the glass. The thicker it is, the longer it takes in that oven. Then it goes to the cold working studio. The flat end that's attached to the pipe now will get cut off, so it'll be an open-ended cylinder. They'll cut also a notch lengthwise down the cylinder. Then it's ready to go back into an oven, slowly heat up, and as it heats up and becomes soft, it will slump open into that panel. It's a lot, I know. I'm asking you all to use your imagination based on my words. Thanks for bearing with me. So as you can see, they've just been working on increasing the diameter of the cylinder. They're going to go back to the paper marver, which is the board with the layers of wet newspaper on it. And again, that's there so they can spin it quickly. They can even use a dowel on the inside to create a nice straight contour. Nancy's over here. She's seamed together the pattern for the next one. And that's going to take quite a bit of time to just heat it up and smooth it out. Those of you on this side, you can see inside the cylinder, actually. You can probably see inside that cylinder where that pattern is. All right, so you can see that went from black to glowing orange. They placed that onto the paper marver. David has a large dowel, also wrapped in wet newspaper to go on the inside of the piece. So again, the pattern, I'll just go over it real quickly so everyone can catch up. There's a linear pattern that's in a plaid overlapping pattern. That's in the most foreground, created by two separate bubbles with straight lines that were twisted opposite directions, then one stuffed inside the other. And that created the plaid. Then they laid out the circles of white that was also pre-made earlier, laid out, and then rolled up onto the plaid. And then that was stuffed into a black cup. So we have the black as the background, we have the circles in front of that, and then the plaid overlaying all of it. So because the inside is going to be the front of the piece. So once it's slumped open into a panel, the black is the back of it. So we're seeing the reverse right now. Yeah. So we have to think about it backwards. That's why I'm asking so much of you guys to like, just use your imagination based on what I'm saying. I promise it's awesome. A flat panel. So we'll show, well, not quite yet because we're getting ready to put this away, but once we're done, I'll show you an image of a different panel that she did. So you can just imagine a little bit further with an example, and we'll show that like just a few minutes, because right now Jack's getting suited up in some protective gear because we're just about done with this. I mean, that looks like a nice straight cylinder to me that's going to slump open very nicely later on. Right now, it's going to go away looking like this. And he'll wear protective gear because he's going to carry this from the bench once they break it off of the pipe, carefully place it into an annealing oven. The annealing oven is there to slowly cool the glass so that it relieves the stress in the glass and it doesn't crack from thermal shock. It's once the glass goes below 1,000 degrees too fast, that's when it shatters. So the pieces that we make all have to go into one of those ovens and slowly cool down. And Jack's gonna get it there. The annealing oven is at around 900 degrees Fahrenheit, and that's a safe temperature where it's not too hot that it's gonna slump or change shape inside that oven, but it's not too cold that it cracks from thermal shock. So we can hold it there all day as we continue to make things and place it inside that oven. At the end of the workday, we'll start the slow cooling cycle that likely these will take about a day and a half to cool down safely. On the end of the pipe and you're holding it back here and it's like, yeah. Wherever the fulcrum is, so the further away you hold it, the heavier it feels. Ben's adding water in front of where it's attached to the punty, causing stress cracks in the glass, making it a weak point, so when he hits the pipe, it breaks off. Jack will then carry it over and place it into the annealing oven. Beautifully done. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause of visiting artist Nancy Callan and the whole entire Hot Shop team and visitors we have with us today. For those of you who missed the first part of how the pattern got into the glass, you can look up here. Nancy's standing next to one of her pieces, and also in the upper left, you can see one of those rectangular patterns with the white thread-like lines on it on a black background. And that's what this piece will eventually end up like. You can also see the elaborate display of layers of line and pattern that she does on vessels as well as the panels. Nancy is preparing for an exhibition. This is a two-part residency. So we are at the first part of that in week 1. And then she's here for 5 days. She'll have another 5-day residency coming up. And this is all in preparation for an exhibition that'll be coming up in 2024 here at the Museum of Glass. So be looking forward to that. We all are. Also, Nancy will be hosting an artist talk here in the Hot Shop at 1 p.m. on Sunday. So you can actually hear directly from her. She'll talk about her artwork, her influences, and her experience in the glass world on Sunday at 1 p.m. If you're not able to come back, but you're curious and you want to hear that, you can also tune in because we do stream live on the web. You can find our YouTube channel. I think it's Tacoma Museum of Glass, but you can find the link on our website at museumofglass.org. You'll find the link to our YouTube channel, or you can just Google it. It's there. And you can tune in online, watch that live this Sunday at 1 p.m. It'll be streaming live from the Hot Shop. Check out our membership, become a member, support us. Also, get some stickers. Check out the museum store. We have fun stuff in there. And then also, kids 12 and under, please look at submitting your own designs for artwork at our Kids Design Glass program. Third Thursdays from 5 to 8 p.m., the museum is free admission. Those of you who are local, spread the word, tell your friends, and come hang out with us every third Thursday of the month. Right now, Nancy's working on just creating a nice symmetrical cylinder of the pattern that she picked up. It was spherical cane, so lots of spiraling threads of black colored glass. Because those spiraled pieces of cane were so irregular when they picked them up, she had to do a lot of work to seam everything together to create an actual symmetrical cylinder. So they're working on that side of the shop. Over here, Jen has a whole bunch of opaque white colored glass. The colored glass comes in a bar form in this case, made at a manufacturer, and they add ingredients and metal oxides in order to create the colors in glass. So not only the colors, but the opacity of the glass. In this case, it's an opaque white. But here's an example of the color bar. So they need quite a bit of the color because they're gonna make a very much larger version of this in opaque white. And the black threaded pattern that Nancy has is gonna get stuffed inside of that white colored cup. So they're creating the colored cup on this side of the shop. She's still working on that threaded pattern over there, and eventually it's all going to come together. So over on this side of the shop, David has a clear bubble on a blowpipe that he's shaped, allowing that to cool down so it holds the shape. Then they'll take the colored opaque white that Jen has and drop that over the top of the clear starter bubble. they're going to do a color overlay, which is one way to yield an even saturation of color throughout the entire piece. As you can see, Jen has heated up that color till it's soft and molten. It's dropped over the top of the clear bubble. And then Dave will work on smoothing that in a nice even layer. Over on this side of the shop, we have the line pattern, which is zinfero-cocaine or spiraling lines. They're about to add some clear glass to the outer end of it to close it off. Do you have a question? Okay, cool. Let me know if you do. So we have two separate pieces that are going to get combined together. Right here at the center, they're going to be blowing this into a cup shape. So right now, they're just going to be working on evening out that color layer. Eventually, it's going to be formed into a much larger shape, but similar to this. Way bigger. But that's the shape. And then eventually that linear pattern that they're working on that Nancy has on that side is going to get placed inside of it. Now this is a little difficult to visualize, but eventually what's on the inside of the cylinder will be the slumped panel that we'll see hanging on the wall. So what's a cylinder will then become a flat panel. What's on the outside will be the back of the panel, and what's on the inside of this bubble will be what we see in the foreground. Yeah. David is using a wooden block, and that's the ladle-shaped tool that's soaked in the buckets of water behind the bench. It's used to center the glass, so it's helping to create a symmetrical form on the end of the pipe. And again, for this, they started with a clear bubble, heated up color bar that was an opaque white, and dropped that over, and he's been working on smoothing that in a nice even layer. In the meantime, Nancy's working on the pattern that's going to go inside that white bubble. So right now they're working on laying out a pattern for a future piece. This is different than the stuff that we've been working on in terms of pattern today, but it's really gorgeous and so fancy, Nancy. We've got some gold on these pieces here, and there are also some square pieces that are just clear. The clear flat pieces that she's doing are basically, all of that's there as like a margin. So when the piece is made and slumped flat into a sheet, she can cut out without losing any of the pattern. So it's sort of like just extra margins there of clear to fill in. Hi. The raw material? Okay, so yes, so I actually have a short video clip that I can play for you that shows how the material even gets into the furnace, and then we can kind of build from there. So we can play charging the furnace on the screen.
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, to stabilize it. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300-degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
So we have two of those glass furnaces. The one that you just saw David gather from right over there. The other one's on this side, which has the off label, which means that that one is probably melting down the material right now, and so it takes some time to get it all melted. Each of them, again, can hold 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass, so we can literally have a ton of glass melted in this shop. At the 2100-degree temperature, the consistency of the glass is very similar to the movement of honey. They have to continuously turn the pipe. If they stop turning, it will literally drip off, just like honey on a honey dipper. So you'll see that constant motion of turning the pipe all throughout working with these pieces to keep everything on center. From there, taking that a step further, we have colored glass that we get from a manufacturer. That's a formula that's compatible with the clear glass that we melt in the furnace. Now, the colored glass is always applied through various techniques outside of the furnace. We saw a color overlay earlier, which is consistent of, in this case, opaque white, but this is the only example I have right now, is this translucent orange. But basically, that's what it looks like. They had to use a lot of that bar. I think they put 2 full bars together because it's going to be a big piece, and she wants a very opaque saturation of that white color. And then that was put over the top of a clear bubble. So like in a layer over the clear bubble. And that is a color overlay technique, and we'll use that for lots of different things that are made here in the shop. We also have a granular form of colored glass, same stuff, just ground up, and various different meshes from granular sized pebbles to finer like sand size frit. We can also get a powder that can be sifted onto the surface. So those are the 3 main ways that we're adding color. That can be made into various different things like cane. Cane is pulled colored glass, usually encased in clear. This will get pulled all the way. It'll start out at a condensed mass and then pulled the length of the hot shop, chopped up into even lengths, and then composed into different patterns. And Nancy has been using that today to create the linear patterns or thread-like patterns that kind of are inspired by fashion and tapestry and threads in clothing. So right now, the pattern that they have on this piece right here is black. And it's composed of what's called zamfiracocaine, taking these straight lines, putting a bunch of them together, heating them up, twisting them and pulling them again to make something like this. So there's really tiny threads inside this thing. It's kind of hard to see, but it's composed of a bunch of these straight lines that they twist together. That was then laid out flat, picked up and made into a cylinder, and that's what's forming the bubble that Ben has here at the center bench. Lots of process going into these, so please, at any time, ask questions, and I'll do my best to keep you up to speed. These black thread-like patterns, it's gonna look kind of like fishnet stockings is probably the best thing I could compare it to give you a visual, like once it's all blown. Over on this side, you can see they're working on that opaque white bubble. The fishnet pattern, if it's okay for me to just refer to it as that, is eventually gonna get stuffed inside that white bubble. Once it's blown into a cylinder, later on it'll get slumped flat into a panel. So what's on the most inner part of the bubble is the foreground of what you'll see visually. So the white is gonna be the background and the black thread lines will be in the foreground. We'll go ahead and show a series of images on the screen. If we could just play that residency clip that'll show some of the panels. Upper left, there's a black background with white thread lines in a different pattern than what we're doing now. But you can see that she uses pattern and line in layers and color to create depth to the surface of the glass. Various opaque and translucent. This is opaque black with opaque white over it in these ones. But basically what we're making now eventually will become panels like this. All right, they're now going to transfer the bubble, that opaque white, onto another pipe so they can open up the top. So right now they're attaching a pipe to this end of the cup, and then they're going to open up the top. You had a question, sir? Oh, good. Again, they're making a much larger version of this shape, but in opaque white, that eventually the pattern that Ben has over here at the center bench, it's going to get stuffed inside that opaque white bubble. Because this process takes so long, they actually start up the next one now. So they're going to pick up color bar that's been preheating to 1,000 degrees inside the garage right here, and then begin that next piece. So basically, we'll have all 3 benches running at the same time at various different stages. So they'll be joining the bubbles together at the center bench at some point once they're all ready. Yeah. We're getting pretty close. So once they open up the white cup to the diameter that's going to be, likely they'll go in for one more fresh gather, a smaller gather, and then it'll go straight in. So maybe in the next 20 minutes or so. As long as all goes well. How you doing? Good. Good. It's always warmer after lunch. Right? The afternoon heat from outside. And all the morning sweat. And then the like just Ben gathered more clear glass over that pattern that they've been working with. They're really trying to sync up the size of what David has with what Ben has over here, because this bubble is going to get stuffed inside the white cup. So this is a common technique to get the pattern on the inside, or if you just want to have two different layers of color together, you have a color on one or a pattern, and then you have the outside one of a cup shape very similar to this, but as you can see, much larger scale of that opaque white. So the black linear pattern that they're working with over here is going to get placed inside of that and eventually blown into a large cylinder. The cylinder will get cooled down in an annealing oven, probably take about a day and a half. Then they can take it to the cold working studio and cut the cylinder lengthwise. Once they cut that cylinder, they'll heat it up again and slowly heat it up so that it gets soft enough to flatten out into a panel that will be a wall hanging piece. So we're going to go from cylinder to flat eventually, but we won't see that in the hot shop today. We'll see cylinder. Ben's using a graphite woven pad with newspaper on the inside of it that's wet with water that allows him to shape the bubble using his hand movements. Hey, the question was about the drawing that's up on the board in front of the glory hole furnaces. Those are just a way for her to draw out the patterns that she's been working with. So she created Marini, which is basically colored glass that's created in such a way that when you stretch it out and chop it up, then you turn it onto its side like a tile, it reveals the pattern inside. So she was doing some circular patterns and layering that with linear thread-like patterns with it. And that is inspired by fashion and tapestry and things like that. So those are just drawings to create like a visual of her idea to express to the team that she's working with. Like, this is what I'm going for. This is how we're going to do it in glass. Yeah. All right, Ben just gathered more clear glass from the furnace. Again, that material is kept at 2100 degrees Fahrenheit. He's right now allowing some of that to strip off because he already had a fairly large circumference. It picked up a lot of glass. So stripping some of that off gives him a thinner layer. Right now he's cooling off the pipe by running water over the pipe. That's going to allow him to handle that a little closer to the glass so it doesn't feel so heavy, even though it does, and it still feels heavy. But the further away you hold it on the pipe, the heavier it feels. There is some excess clear on the end of this. The pattern really just comes up the side, and then the outer end that's a couple of inches thick is just clear glass. So they're going to eliminate some of that clear because it's more than what's needed in order to stuff that into the white cup. Ben's using the jacks to section off that excess clear glass on the end of the bubble. And then they're going to trim that away. He's using diamond shears, which cut all the way around the glass. All right, they're getting real close to combining the two pieces together. Once again, for those of you who arrived a little later on, we're working with visiting artist Nancy Callan here for a 5-day residency in the Hot Shop. Also be looking forward to her artist talk this Sunday at 1 p.m. Find us on our YouTube channel, Tacoma Museum of Glass. You can find the link on museumofglass.org. Be sure to watch that. We'll be streaming live here in the Hot Shop. We are streaming live 5 days a week, so feel free to check in with us at any time. They have this opaque white color cup. They're going to be bringing that over, and what Ben has thread-like patterns of black lines in the colored glass. That's going to get stuffed inside that opaque white cup. They just placed a small metal stand on the ground right over here that was preheated. They're going to break the colored cup off of the pipe. Jack has Kevlar gloves to protect him. That is over 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit right now. He's going to position that upright inside the small metal stand. Ben's going to soak the heat up into that bubble, and when he's ready, come over and stuff that inside. All right. So it's taken a long time to get to this point, but now we've got those two bubbles together. Can we show the images in the slideshow that has the flat panels in that, the residency slideshow on the screen? It's a little difficult to visualize, but what Nancy's standing next to, and also what was in the upper left corner, these are versions of her vessels, but when another flat panel comes up, I'll point it out once again, but this will eventually be a wall hanging panel. Nancy, here we go, this one right here. You see the white thread-like lines on the black background? We'll just reverse that. We have black lines happening on a white background. Later, we're gonna make a cylinder in the hot shop that later, when it's cooled down, goes to a cold shop, gets cut along the length of the cylinder, very carefully then placed back into an oven, heated up slowly, and where that linear cut is, it will open up and flatten out. It depends on how large the cylinder becomes. These are quite large. So basically, that original image that we saw her standing next to, you can kind of get a feel for the scale. They're less, probably around a 1/2 inch thick max. Right now, it's way thicker. We still have to blow this up quite a bit. These end up being like 20, 15 wide, 20 long. What?
Yeah, there'd be like, let's see, if it's like that, if it's flat, that one was like 20
Length.
that one will be like 28 when it's open by 25.
Okay.
Yeah, so around, okay.
The question was about the scale of the piece once it's all the way flattened out. The one that we did earlier today would be like about 25 inches by 28 inches, so they're quite large. So at this point in the process, we have now established the white background with the pattern on the inside. So the color and the pattern are all together. Now we'll go forward and blow this out into a large cylinder. You'll notice that Ben will use the torch and he'll be heating the area on the, what I refer to as the back end of the bubble, where it's closer to the pipe. It goes into the furnace last and comes out first and goes in very shallow. So it's not getting as much heat as the outer tip of that bubble. In order to maintain even temperature, they'll supplement that heat using the propane torch. Sarah's there blowing through the pipe, inflating the bubble on the other side as Ben's shaping it. Daria's there with wooden paddles to help block the radiant heat from Ben's arm and chest. David's there turning the pipe. Sarah's also using compressed air to cool off David's hands because it gets rather sweaty. Thank you for visiting. Ben is now going to establish the jack line, which is an indentation in front of where the glass is attached to the pipe. By creating pressure right in that line, you can see this is a lot of work. David is turning that pipe vigorously, also holding it at an upward angle, allowing the bubble to stretch. Just put on the chicken dance song.
Cue the chicken dance.
For those of you who just arrived, welcome. This is a very intense moment we have going on here. Visiting artist Nancy Callan's here for a 5-day residency. We have established a pattern on the interior of the bubble, opaque white on the outside. You can see Sarah's blowing through the pipe, inflating that bubble on the other end as Ben was shaping and torching it. We have David over here turning the pipe. Basically, right now, we need to establish the jack line, which is the indentation in front of where the glass is attached to the pipe. Later in the process, it gets broken off of this pipe at that line. So we establish that now before really even shaping the piece. It's going to end up being a large cylinder. Our normal hours are Wednesday through Sunday, so we're closed to the public Monday, Tuesday right now. Okay. And then, so that's the only time that you wouldn't be able to book something like that. And then, yeah, it's our resident team gets to work. And our guys have been, our guys and girls, gals, whatever, have been working here for, see, 2 of them have been there's a gold pattern that's been set up. They're not quite ready, it looks like, but pretty soon here they're going to be pulling out the pattern for the next piece, which is laid out flat on a kiln shelf and eventually will get picked up onto a blowpipe. Looks like they just need that to get a little bit hotter before they pick it up. Over here they have the paper marver, which is a board with layers of newspaper that's wet, allowing Ben to stand in one place and spin that to create a nice straight contour. David has wooden paddles pressing up against the outer end of it, and that's to flatten that area. All right, here we are. Jack's got the Kevlar gloves on. He's placing that kiln shelf onto the pastorelli. They're going to work on heating that up and fusing all those little pieces into one fused sheet. Sarah's preparing a punty, which is a solid pipe with clear glass on the end. That's going to get attached to the flat area of the cylinder on the very outer end. Then they break it off the blowpipe and then continue opening that up to a straight cylinder. For instance, Jack over on that side, he started as an intern and is now working part-time for the Museum of Glass. On the payroll, yeah. Because of the long process of the intricate pattern that has to be established and all the steps and how heavily process oriented these pieces are, they're already working on the pattern for the next one that they started laying out about an hour and a half ago. So she laid that out over on the table here, preheated it in the annealing oven. Now they've picked it up and they're going to start working with that. So they're just about at the point where they're going to transfer this piece. Once again, Sarah's prepared the punty. It's a solid pipe with clear glass on the end of it. They're going to do their best to align that on center on the outer end of the piece. Once it's securely attached, then they'll break it off of that original blowpipe. Ben's going to place some water at the jack line, causing stress fractures in the glass, making a weak point so he can hit the pipe to break it off. Placing a dowel on the inside to help carry that over to the yolk. Let's give our team a round of applause, everyone. That was excellent. So once again, using the wooden dowel on the inside of that opening where it was attached to the original blowpipe, making sure that that is on center. Because this piece is so large, if it's off a little bit, the torque that it causes if it's off center to be able to continuously turn that is just incredible. So very important to make sure that's nice and centered up before moving forward.